We have some of the kids. We have half of this front row here empty. There's half of this front row is empty here, as close as possible. Hi. How are you guys? How are you? Good, good, good. Okay. So we're making some sculptures for our guest artist. There he is, Todd Jannausch. Jannausch. He's the man with the hat. He's working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team to make the parts for his sculptures. So I guess the topic for today is heat transfer, which just means how heat goes from one place to another. And so does anybody remember the different kinds of heat transfer? What? Excuse me? Me? No. They are. Now. Well, I mean, we're going to blow bubbles and shape them. We're not going to blow it up like blowing up, I don't know, a dam or something. So this is Trent over here. He's got some glass on the end of his pipe. And when he gets it all shaped up nicely, he's going to blow into that tube. Anybody in this section remember anything about heat transfer? Heat transfer just means how heat gets from one place to another. Yes. Say what? It has to transfer from object to an object. Well, it can transfer three different ways. That's the thing you're supposed to be learning. Okay? So there's three different kinds of heat transfer, the way that heat gets from one place to another. There's radiation. Does that word strike any bells with you? So when you stand outside in the summer and the sun feels warm on your face, that's radiation, because that's just energy from the sun. It hits your face and makes your face feel warm. Then there's convection. So we have radiation, we have convection. Convection is when the heat is transferred through a gas or a liquid. So when you go to the bathroom and you wash your hands, the hot water is carrying the heat. The water is a liquid. That's convection. When we use these torches, we're spewing out hot gases from the torch, and that brings the heat to the glass. So we've got convection, we've got radiation, convection, and then conduction is when the heat goes through something solid. So if you have a hot drink in your hand and your hand starts to feel hot because the heat's coming through the wall of the cup, that's conduction. If you have a frying pan on the stove and the handle gets hot, that's conduction because the heat's going through something solid. So when Sarah is warming that thing up with a torch, that's convection.
Hello, once again, and welcome to the Hot Shop Hunt Middle School. Welcome to your Science of Art lesson. We're going to recap it and go over what's happening in the hot shop in relation to the sciences you learned in your experiment. Today we have our visiting artist Todd Jannausch with us, and he's the man in the black cap, and he's here just creating his work that's on the podiums. And so as they go through the process, I'm here to answer your questions, as well as Walt. He's the MC for the day. So we'll go over the PowerPoint now. Be sure to pay attention to what I review in this PowerPoint, because when I come around and ask you all questions, you'll be able to win some prizes that I have, okay? So let's get into it. Let's go to our first slide. Our first slide, we'll go over the conduction of heat through an aluminum bar. Conduction is the transfer of heat through a material by direct contact. The cold water on the left side is like the hands at the end of the pipe. The bar in the middle of the styrofoam cups are like the space between the hands and the hot glass. Here in the hot shop, we'll see a really good example of conduction when we come over to the pipe cooler and the cold water cools down the hot pipe from dipping into the furnace multiple times. The next slide will go over the convection of heat. So, using honey as our fluid, convection, heat transfer by the movement of a heated fluid. The viscosity of glass changes when it is heated or cooled, similar to how the honey moves differently when it was heated. So when we go into those reheating chambers, those large glory holes, the glass gets really, really hot, and today is a good way to look at how hot it is. It's clear, but really it looks orange due to the high heat. And so that is an example of changing the viscosity of glass, so the way it moves at the surface. And then the last slide is radiation. Radiation is the emission or transmission of energy in the form of waves or particles through space or material medium. So from where we are, you can feel the heat radiating from those furnaces, the glory holes, those reheating chamber. The glory holes are about 2,300 degrees. And so we can feel that radiation all the way from where we are. And then we also use different tools to protect ourselves from heat radiating, such as the shields in front of the glory holes. And then we'll also use paddles while we're at the bench. They'll be placed in front of our arms to protect ourselves from the radiating heat. Okay, so you guys pay attention as we go along, and I'll come around with questions and answers from you all to get prizes. Thank you so much for participating in our Science of Art lesson.
Just give you a quick introduction to the hot shop, how it works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So inside each of the furnaces is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. 2,100 degrees is as hot as the hottest volcano. So our glass furnaces are kind of like having your own private volcano. When we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. And then when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round furnaces with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. The glass itself is made out of three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. Glass is mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We take those three ingredients, throw them in the furnace, cook it overnight. In the morning, we have a tank full of glass. So there's just these three simple things that we want you to remember: conduction, radiation, and convection. Okay? So, let me see. So if you're standing by the fire, like a fireplace or a campfire, and it feels really warm, how is that heat getting to you? Which one of those? Radiation, because it's transferred from energy from the campfire. There's no physical part to it. If you're, let's see, conduction. So I was telling you before about if you have a hot drink and you're holding it in a cup, and then the cup gets hot, and then your hand gets hot, which one is that? Conduction, right, because it's going through something solid. And what we got left? Convection. Okay, if you're taking a shower and the hot water comes out of the spout and makes you feel warm, which method of heat transfer is that? You answered all of them. Somebody else. Anybody on the shower, the warm shower? You again. What? Convection, yeah. So convection is when the heat's carried by a liquid or a gas. Conduction is when it's through something solid. And then radiation is when it comes like energy through the air. You guys have any questions? Any questions? Do you have any questions? That means you don't have any. Doesn't mean they don't have any. Yeah. Yellow. Yellow. I don't see anything yellow there. The glowing thing, that's the glass, the molten glass. That little ball. No, you can't. What? You burn yourself like touching a hot pot in the kitchen. Can you what? Could you cool it? Yeah, you can cool it down. Like what he's doing right now cools it down a little. That tool is called the block, and it's wet, and when it rolls the glass in there, it chills it and makes it a little stiffer. Nope. We're talking about, maybe 1,600 degrees. So that's too hot to touch. So we make everything we do in the glass, we do with tools. Have we ever burned ourselves? We get little burns like you might if you worked in a kitchen. So every once in a great while, you grab a hot pot or something. No. You guys are so I don't have any horror stories for you. Yeah. Is it going to be drippy? You can make it drippy. If you watch these guys, they're always turning the pipe. And if they stop turning, then the glass will drip. But as long as they keep turning it, the glass will stay straight. have any questions? When it comes straight out of the furnace, it's 2,100 degrees. How much what? How much is it? You mean how much does it cost? Oh, I'd say it probably cost $1 million to put this shop together. That's cheap? Okay. You must be a rich lady. How many what? Well, the furnaces hold 1,000 pounds of glass, and that would be, I would say, about 750 pounds of that is sand. Yes. Nope. We get little burns like you might if you were working in a kitchen. You might grab a hot pot or something, but nothing serious. Nothing that makes you go to the doctor. Look, there can be shapes like this. There can be shapes like this. They'll be made out of glass, and there'll be glass, and then there'll be concrete, then glass, then concrete, then glass. Can we put up some of Mr. Jannausch's slides up on the big screen? So Mr. Jannausch is a sculptor. He lives here in Tacoma, and he makes some wild and crazy stuff. So Sarah's going over to the furnace. Oh no, Trent's going over the furnace, sorry. And so if that steel pipe that he has, if that starts to feel hot, what kind of heat transfer is that? If the heat goes through the steel and makes his hands hot. What? Convection, conduction, and radiation. Conduction, excellent. There you go. You guys give me an example of convection. What? A convection oven. Well, what carries the heat in a convection oven? No, no, because the oven's it's an empty space. It's the hot air That's why they call it convection, because it has blowers in there and it blows the hot air around and it heats your food evenly. Thanks for coming in, guys. So that's Trent at the glory hole in the center. He brings the glass to Sarah. Sarah's going to shape it with the tool called the block. She'll make a little notch in it with those big metal tongs. Those are called the jacks. And that notch that she's making, that's where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. So that guy who's got his back to us, that's the guest artist, Todd Jannausch. And he's working with our resident team of glass blowers to make parts for his sculptures. The sculptures are going to be kind of like these here, so except the kind of gloppy parts are going to be glass, and then there'll be concrete in between, and then glass, and concrete, and glass. Yes. Yep. No, glass is very strong in compression. When you squeeze glass, it's extremely strong. Yes, these are made out of plaster. And these guys are now blowing some more shapes. But they're making them out of clear glass. All glass looks orange when it's hot. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. The glass we're working with right now is clear glass. Later on, we're going to make some in pink. Each time we heat up the glass in the glory hole, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we return to the glory hole and heat it up again. Yep. Glory hole, there's two kinds of furnaces. There's the glass furnaces and the glory holes. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? Oh, furnace. So that is what that furnace looks like inside. So inside each furnace is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. So Trenton in the black shirt is making what we call the punty. We're going to use Trenton's rod as a temporary handle to hold the shape from one end so we can shape the other. We'll attach it to the top. When they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the other pipe, and then we'll start shaping that part. Hi, how are you guys? What school are you from? Okay. Hi. Nice to meet you guys. What? Okay, get in here. Gotta go around. You're gonna do the what? Oh, okay, do the PowerPoint.
Hello, Hunt Middle School. Welcome to the Hot Shop. We have our visiting artist here working with the Hot Shop team. His name is Todd Jannausch, and what he's doing is he's exploring these different sculptures here on the podium, and so they're being made in clear right now, and you can see the sculptures here on this podium that's lit up. And so as we watch him work, we're going to also pay attention what Walt has to say about the process, and then I will go over your in-class lesson. I'll come around with questions about the lesson to get to win a prize. So please pay attention. And for our visitors here in the Hot Shop, welcome to the museum again. Also, this is our Science of Art in-class lesson. We have a really cool experiment that the students do with art educators in our community. So we're going to start with our first experiment. It's the conduction of heat. So in our in-class experiment, we looked over the conduction of heat through an aluminum bar. Conduction is the transfer of heat through a material by direct contact. The cold water on the left side is like the hands at the end of the pipe. The bar in the middle of the styrofoam cups are like the space between the hands and the hot glass. The next slide, we'll go over the convection of heat using honey as our fluid. Convection is the heat transferred by the movement of a heated fluid. The viscosity of glass changes when it's heated or cooled, similar to how the honey moves differently when it was heated. So when we go into the reheating chambers, those big ovens with the orange circles on the front of them, they allow us to heat the glass up to change the viscosity of how the glass moves. And then radiation. Radiation is the emission or transmission of energy in the forms of waves or particles through space or material medium. So you can feel the heat radiating as Trent cools the gather down there at the pipe cooler. That is one form of radiating heat. You can also feel the heat radiating from the glory holes where we go back to reheat the glass. Okay, I'll come around with some questions. You guys be sure to pay attention, and thank you so much for participating in our Science of Art in-class lesson.
Okay. So we have the three kinds of heat transfer. We're calling this heat transfer. That just means how heat gets from one place to another. So if you're standing outside and it's a nice sunny day and you feel the sun on your face, what kind of heat transfer is that? Radiation, spot on. It's the energy coming from the sun. It hits your face. It makes you feel warm, nice and warm. If you're holding a hot drink in your hand, if you have, I don't know, coffee, hot chocolate, something like that, and the cup feels hot and your hand gets hot from the stuff in the cup, what kind of transfer is that? No, it's coming through the wall of the cup. No, condensation is when water vapor congeals and it turns into water. No, it's conduction. Conduction is when the heat comes through something solid. If you have a frying pan on the stove and the handle gets hot, what kind of heat transfer is that? It's coming through something solid. The conduction, there you go. If you're standing outside and you're standing in front of a campfire and you feel the heat coming from the campfire, what kind of radiation? Exactly. So radiation is when it's just energy that hits you coming through the air. If you're washing your hands and the hot water comes out of the faucet and makes your hands warm, what kind of convection? So convection is with a gas or a liquid. So when we use these torches and to heat up the glass, what kind of heat transfer is that? No? No? It's transferred by the gas, the hot gases coming out of the torch. Radiation is when it's energy. This is physical gases coming out of the torch. No. Convection. When the heat is transferred from by a liquid or a gas. So if you're washing your hands and the hot water comes out and makes your hands warm, It's the water that brings you the heat, and that's convection because it's a liquid. When you heat something with a torch, it blows hot gases on it. That's convection because it's a gas. Let them think of something. Do you have prizes? All right. Okay. For a prize, who can name me 3 types of convection, 3 everyday instances where the heat is carried by a gas or a liquid? Yes. Yeah. Well, I'm having trouble hearing you. You got to speak a little louder. Yes. That's convection. That's number 1. What else? You. You're going to give me an example of convection. The heat is carried by a liquid or a gas. You're going to have to speak a little louder. I'm old and deaf. Okay, you have a hot drink and the water's evaporating and then it condenses on you, that's condensation. But it's not convection, it's not a heat transfer, yeah. Yeah. Yes. Right. The steam coming off it, of the hot tub? What is that one? Which kind is it? Which kind of heat transfer is that? Convection, correct. So it's a gas or a liquid. So now, who can give me 2 examples of conduction? That's when the heat comes through something solid. Yes? What? An example of... Wait, I want 2 examples of conduction in sort of everyday life, where the heat transfers through something solid. You put a hole through a couch? Oh, that's if the heat's coming from the sun, that's a different one. That's energy coming from the sun. That's radiation. Right. If you put it this way, if you sit on the couch and your butt makes the couch warm, and somebody else sits on it and goes, and they can feel that it's already warm, that's conduction. Because it went straight from the couch to your butt, and everything is solid, hopefully. Yeah.
Could it be like a cup if you're holding a cup and then it heats it up and then like it like is warm? I don't know.
Yeah, no, if you're holding a cup and you feel the heat from the cup, that's conduction because the cup is solid. So it's solid, or if it's gases or liquids, that's convection, and then radiation, yeah.
Would a window work?
Was a window, well, so the heat from the sun can come through a window. That's radiation. So if you feel the heat through the window, that's radiation. It's coming from the sun. It's the rays of energy from the sun. Yes. You have a question? Nope. So who can give me 2 examples of radiation? Anybody? 2 examples of radiation for a prize. So we're talking about heat transfer. We're talking about radiation carrying the heat. If you give me 2 examples in everyday life of radiation. Yes. If you go inside and it's hot, and you go back inside and it's cold. Well, when you're outside and you get hot, that's the energy from the sun. That's radiation. When you go inside and you cool off, the heat goes from your body into the air. That's convection. Yeah. You lost me there. You lost me. Yes. Okay. Well, when the heat reflects onto you, what heat transfer is that? It's the heat from the sun, and it reflects off something, and you feel it. What kind of heat transfer is that? Radiation. So if you're standing in front of a fire, and things kind of feel warm, that's radiation, because it's just the energy coming off the fire. When you see the sun, the energy coming off the sun is warming your face. That's radiation. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay. Emily, where are you? Did she go? Where's Emily? Emily's got the prizes. Yes. What? Oh, 2 examples. Oh, okay.
So, wait, I'm first. No, I didn't ask you a question. How long have you been doing this?
Doing what? Being a tour guide?
Yeah.
I don't know, 15 years.
50? 50
15.
or 50?
No, I've been making glass for 50 years.
Oh. Oh, well, you said 15. Well,
No,
I'm
50.
sorry.
I've been making glass for 50 years.
Oh, 50. Okay, so my 2 examples is when you wear a necklace and it's cold, your body heats it.
Yes.
No, I didn't. No, you didn't. I get that. And when your hands are cold, you can put it in your pocket and it makes you.
And which kind of heat transfer is those? They're both the same ones. Which kind of heat transfer?
When you sit in a chair, and you fart, it makes you and yourself warm.
Okay, so what's the name of the heat transfer? It's solid. The chair is solid. Your butt is solid. Conduction. Conduction is always with solids. Convection is with liquids or gas. And radiation is energy.
Why is this magnetic?
either electricity or it comes from
another.
burning gases.
I have another one. So when your feet are cold and you put on socks, it makes your feet warm, and that's conduction, right?
Yes, because it's touching there.
Yes. So when you're really cold and you put on a blanket, that's conduction. And also, when you hold hands with someone, your hands get warmer. Okay, I got another one. Oh my God.
That's either conduction or love.
When your arms when your arms are cold and you put on a sweater, that's conduction.
That's conduction, yes. So the heat's transfer. I'm going to try to find Emily with the prizes. Yeah, the lady that brought you in here. There she is. Emily, these guys on the end, they got the conduction thing right. 3 of them. You guys have any questions about the glass blowing? Yes. Oh, okay. Emily. We got a prize winner over here. You can give me a couple and I don't have to bother you. Yes. What is a what? I think they're candy. Oh, okay. Cracker? Oh. Anybody? Make sure you don't have peanut allergies. Okay. So Trent is cooling off his pipe. The water is carrying away the heat from the pipe. What kind of heat transfer is that? Conduction, no, it's when things are solid. This is liquid. No, radiation is when it comes through the air. Yes. What? Convection. We have another winner. Convection, because it's water, it's a liquid. Infection. No, that's something else. That's disease transfer. We're shaping the glass with a variety of tools. When the tools get hot from shaping the glass, which heat transfer is that? Conduction. Okay, where's Emily and our prizes? Oh, okay. See what I got. We do. We have these classes in here. Sorry, that we're gonna be distracted for another half hour. Yes. Can we put up some of Todd's work up on the big screen? These are special class trips to study science. So these on the big screen are works of glass by our guest artist, Todd Jannausch. He's a sculptor. He uses a variety of materials. And this sculptures that he's going to making today in our shop, they're going to be stacks of these glass bubbles separated by concrete. So it'll be concrete in the middle, glass, concrete, glass, concrete, glass. Say what? What am I talking about? Oh, which one's Todd? Oh, Todd's the man in the sweatshirt and the hat. See, he's working with our team of glassblowers that work for the museum. A lot of times we invite an artist who doesn't make glass to come in here, and so we have a team of glassblowers who can make whatever the person imagines. So he's working with our team of glassblowers to make his sculptures. So our guest artist today is Todd Jannausch. He's a Tacoma person, and he's worked at the University of Puget Sound and at the Pratt Fine Arts Center. He started out being a ship fitter in the Navy, and he's currently working for City Light. So he's been making these sculptures with glass and concrete. So obviously we're making the glass parts now. And he's going to take them back to his studio, and he's going to assemble them with concrete in between each of these squished glass shapes. So we're going to transfer the form from the rod it was originally formed on to a second steel rod called the punty. And this will allow us to work on the opposite side. Yes. Oh. You guys have any questions? They're going to be stacks like this, and it's like between each glass piece there's going to be concrete. Well, just to make the sort of bottom fit. So they're making a shape, and they're pressing it on those molds to make the fitting part, and the rest is done. There's going to be a stack, and it'll be like, yeah, like that glass, concrete glass, concrete glass. Sarah in the center is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. So we're making them in a little assembly line. So Sarah's starting them as Nick finishes them. So these things are all solid, right? All solid? put up some of Mr. Jannausch's work up on the big screen. Jannausch. So these are some sculptures by our guest artist, Todd Jannausch. He's a metal worker by trade. He was a ship fitter in the Navy. He's an artist based here in Tacoma. Today, he's working with our resident team of glass blowers to make glass parts for his sculptures. A lot of the sculptures that he's making recently are glass. Can we stop here? Glass and concrete. And he wants to contrast the fragility of the glass with the heavy solidness and strength of the concrete. These forms that we're making for him are solid. We're not blowing. We're just gathering up a ball of glass and shaping it. Does anybody have any questions? Just to give you a little introduction to the setup here. We have two main kinds of furnaces. We have the glass furnaces and the glory holes. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio, and each one of those has a big ceramic tank in it, and the ceramic tank contains 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes, those are called blowpipes, and we dip it into the melted glass. A little bit of the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. Today we're making something solid. If we were making something hollow, like a drinking glass or a pitcher, we'd blow into the pipe, and a little bubble will pop out the other end. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly, or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. So we take it off the metal rod, and we'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll cool slowly overnight. Anybody got any questions? No, these plaster shapes, we're making sort of the glass equivalent of these shapes in solid glass. And in the final sculpture, it'll be one of these glass shapes, and then there'll be concrete, then there'll be a glass shape, then concrete, and they'll be in a stack. So these are just sort of a model to show us the kind of shapes that he wants to make. He's a man in the sweatshirt and the hat. What? It's not that hot down here today.
Really? Okay.
Sorry to disappoint you.
Feels hot up here.
Sarah's shaping the glass with a block. Make the thing nice and round and even. Even when we're making a kind of abstract shape, we start out making the thing nice and round and even, and then we shape it from there. The pad in Sarah's hand that she's shaping the glass with is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Can we put up the newspaper photo? So if you look up on the big screen, you see it's just everyday ordinary newspaper. The one on the bottom is a brand new one. The one sitting on top is one that's been used for a while. How are you guys? Good. You guys know about our contest for kids? Any kid that comes to the museum, 12 or younger, can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings, and we make whatever you drew out of glass.
Oh, yeah, we did that.
Oh, you did that already? Okay.
I made a pig dragon cheetah.
A pig dragon cheetah, huh?
I think it's toilet paper, kid, and a dragon and a balloon.
And a dragon, what was the end of that dragon thing?
Grape, toilet paper, dragon. Mixed together.
Grape? You say grape?
And toilet paper, grape, toilet paper, dragon, and I think, yeah, pig.
Wow.
My sister's done.
Does his hot breath set the toilet paper on fire?
No, and the toilet paper is now immune.
Oh, okay.
My sister's done glass blowing.
Your sister's doing glass blowing?
Not like in here right now, but she has.
She has, uh-huh.
She does glass blowing at Hilltop for her job, and then she's done glass blowing with her school.
Right. That's cool. Do you want to try glass blowing when you get older?
I think I will. Yeah.
It's fun. It's a little bit hard, but it's fun. You guys have any questions? You have any questions?
It's just really cool. Yeah. So wait, what are they making?
They're making sculptures kind of like the ones you see on the pedestals, except we're making the shapes out of glass, and then he's going to put concrete in the middle, so it'll be a stack of this shape, and then concrete, and a shape, and concrete. So we're making all the glass parts this morning. So the folks that are working the glass are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. We have Sarah Gilbert sitting at the center bench. We have Trenton Kiocho at bringing Sarah the glass, and then Nick Davis over on the far right. You guys ever watched, there's a TV show about glass blowing? Blown Away? Yes. Well, Trenton, the guy with the little bun on his head, he was on that TV show. He was a contestant, yep. Do you recognize him? Yep, there he is. Our very own Trenton Kiocho. Yes, really. I wouldn't lie to you. I've been watching the show a long time, but yeah. Yep. He's a really nice guy. He lives here in Tacoma. He's born and raised here, and now he's one of our glass blowers. If any of you have watched the Netflix show Blown Away, the kind of reality TV show for glass blowers, it's on Netflix. if you do watch it, Trenton Kyocho over there on the right, the guy with the dark hair, he was a contestant on that show. Or it's going to be a similar
to this. It actually just happens by it forming around the arc. So that it has
but it'll have the same general
shape.
Did you guys enter our contest? Okay, good. Can we play Kids Design Glass? We have a little video, show you what we've done with some of the other kids. Can we play Kids Design Glass?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And sort of highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. the ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen, the ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side, or are they supposed to be on both sides?
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better, or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
So if you're here with kids, there's a table in the lobby. We have drawing materials and entry forms. And you can do a drawing, put it in the box. Or if you feel that you want to draw at home, take one entry form for each kid, and you can mail it in. Does anybody have any questions? We're making sculptures for our guest artist, Todd Jannausch. He's the man in the sweatshirt and a hat. And he's working with our resident team of glass blowers to make the shapes for his sculptures. They're going to be similar to the shapes that you see here on the pedestals, but he's going to make one shape out of glass, and then the next shape will be concrete, the next shape will be glass, the next shape will be concrete. No, they come by invitation. We don't pay them. They don't pay us. They leave one piece for the museum collection and one piece for our annual auction, and then everything else they take over.
So the museum pays for the hot shop paint?
Yes. Yeah, they're employees of the museum.
When is the annual auction?
Usually in the third week of September. This past one, right? So we'll have all pieces from our guest artists. You guys can fill in this front row here. Hi, how are you guys? Hi. So, we're here to talk about science, heat transfer. Does that ring any bells with any of you? Some of you remember it? It's basically how does heat get from one place to another. There's three kinds of heat transfer. There's heat transfer through something solid. That's called conduction. And let's say you got a frying pan on the stove and you hold it and the handle gets hot. That's conduction because the heat's going through something solid. Convection is when the heat is carried by a liquid or a gas. So when you go and wash your hands before dinner and the warm water comes out of the faucet, The water is carrying the heat to your hands. That's convection. If you stand out in the sun on a summer day and you feel the sun on your face and it feels warm, that's radiation. So the radiation is transferred through energy. The convection is transferred through a gas or a liquid, and the conduction is transferred through something solid. So when you watch these guys work, let's see if we can find some. If we have one of those steel poles and we put it in the fire and the pole gets hot, what kind of heat transfer is that? It's going through something solid. What? No, it's coming through the pipe itself. There's no water in the pipe. No, if the pipe gets hot, that's conduction because it's going through the solid steel pipe. If you stand in front of a fire, warming your hands, what kind of heat is that? Radiation, perfect. So it's just like the sun. The energy comes from the sun onto your face or your hands. That's radiation. So now we're going to make some pink shapes for our guest artist, Todd Jannausch. And so Sarah in the center has blown a bubble of clear glass. Trenton is heating up some pink glass. And we're going to coat the clear glass with the pink glass. We call this a color overlay. And Sarah's going to smear that colored glass till it entirely coats the original bubble. All glass looks orange when it's hot. The orange color is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. When the glass cools off, you'll see the natural color. The orange will disappear, and you'll see the natural color.
Alrighty, welcome Hunt Middle School students. Thank you guys for being on your best behavior. I'm going to go over your Science of Art in-class lesson that you did your experiments with. Our Science of Art curriculum is designed to enrich the 6th grade students here in the Tacoma Public School area. So for our guests that are here, you will be able to listen to our experiment of our in-class PowerPoint, or the experiments we went through. Thank you so much for being here in the hot shop with us today. Once again, our visiting artist is Todd Jannausch, and he is making the forms here that are on the podium that are lit up. All right, I'll go into the lesson now. We'll go over conduction of heat. We're going to go over the 3 sciences that you guys experimented with, relate them to the process here in the hot shop, and then I'll come around and ask you all questions to get prizes. So, conduction of heat through an aluminum bar. Conduction is the transfer of heat through a material by direct contact. The cold water on the left side is like the hands at the end of the pipe. The bar in the middle of the styrofoam cups are like the space between the hands and the hot glass. The next slide that we experimented with in the classroom was the convection of heat, using honey as our fluid. Convection is the heat transferred by the movement of a heated fluid. The viscosity of glass changes when it is heated or cooled, similar to how the honey moves differently when it was heated during our experiment. And then our last slide is radiation. So radiation is the emission or transmission of energy in the forms of waves or particles through space or material medium. And so here in the hot shop, we'll use different shields and paddles to protect the artist from radiating heat. I will come around. Thank you guys so much for paying attention. I'll come around in just a little to ask you all questions about the different sciences and how they are applied here in the hot shop. And I'll give you prizes if you answer the questions the right way. Thank you so much.
You guys have any questions? No. No. We make all sorts of stuff. When we have a guest artist like Todd, he takes the stuff that he makes home with him. So he can do anything he wants. We have guest artists come from Japan, Italy, France, Sweden, all over the world. Yeah. We're making sculptures similar. We're making parts for sculptures similar to the ones that you see on those pedestals. So we'll have all those same kind of shapes stacked up, except some of the shapes will be made out of glass and some of them will be made out of concrete. So we're contrasting the fragileness of the glass with the strength of the concrete. So we're going to make the glass parts, and then Todd, when he goes back to the studio, he'll make the concrete parts. Yes? That would be Todd Jannausch. Where's Todd? He's the guy with the sweatshirt and the hat. So back to our science thing here. Can anybody give me 2 examples of conduction? Yes. Radiation is not 2 examples of conduction. Yeah, but let's give me an example of real life where heat is transferred from one place to another by conduction. A copper rod, okay, that's one. Like a frying pan? Yes, those are two examples of conduction. Can anybody, so it's when the heat is transferred through something solid. So if you have a hot drink and your hand feels hot around the cup, it's going through the wall of the cup and heating up your hand, but everything is solid. So that's conduction. Can you guys feel the heat from this? What kind of heat transfer is that?
Who knows? What kind of heat transfer is it?
Radiation, yep. Right? Yes, that's right. Now the water is cooling down his metal pipe. It's taking the heat away from his metal pipe. What kind of heat transfer is that? It's whenever it's the heat is moved by a liquid or a gas, it's say what? Yeah. Other furnaces? The big round ones are 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The glass furnaces are 2,100. So it's about as hot as the hottest volcano. So back to my question. If we use water to cool the pipe, what kind of heat transfer is that? The heat is being taken away from the pipe by the water. Ring any bells? Yes. Why is the building shaped like this? There are 3 reasons why the building is shaped like this. Reason number 1, the most important, it looks really cool. That's the big one right there. The second reason is the whole building is designed to act like a giant chimney, so there's a natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnaces, just like a chimney in your house draws the smoke up and out the top. The third reason is historical. Along this waterway, before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills. The sawmills had big cone-shaped metal outbuildings where they burned the waste wood from the sawmills for power. When the architect saw all those cone-shaped buildings along this waterway, that's what gave him the idea to make the building in this shape. So Nick is heating stuff up with that torch. What kind of heat transfer is that? Is there, those the hot gases from the torch are carrying the heat? Anybody want to hazard a guess? Yeah. When he heats up the glass with a torch, what kind of heat transfer is that? The heat is carried by a hot gas, and it heats up the glass. Convection. When the heat is carried by a gas or a liquid, that's convection. So when we cool off the pipes, the water is taking the heat away from the pipes. That's convection. If it's a gas or a liquid involved, it's convection. If it's solid, the heat's coming from one solid thing to another, that's conduction. All right. Do you guys have any questions? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Put up stuffing a color cup, the solid version. So if you look up on a big screen, we have a diagram. So this is what we're going to do. So we want to make a bunch of these with a layer of color on the outside. So we're going to make what's called a color cup. And you see in that drawing the kind of open bowl shape on the bottom. That's the color cup. And then we're going to get a big solid ball of glass and fill it up with glass. And then we'll have a big piece of glass that looks colored, and we'll shape that up into these shapes here. Yes? They get burned like you might if you worked in a kitchen. So every once in a while, annoying type of burns, not medical, go to the doctor type burns. Yeah, like saying bad words burns. Why does glass glow when it's hot? Because the heat is making the molecules move around a lot, and they give off energy in the form of infrared, which is heat. And heat and light, heat and light. If you ever looked inside a toaster, when the wires are hot, they glow orange. You look at an electric stove, when the burners are hot, they glow orange. So does the glass. Almost in? Okay. So in the center, that bubble that Sarah's working with right there, that bubble is pink. And the only reason I know it's pink is because Sarah told me. So it looks orange. I see the orange just like you see orange. That's the glow from the heat. Yes. Yeah, well, they're going to make a stack of these pieces, except well, some of the pieces are going to be made out of glass. Some of them are going to be made out of concrete. But they'll all have these same kinds of shapes, and they'll be built up in a stack. These guys? No, these are plaster, I think. Oh, this is glass. Yeah, this is glass too. They've just been sandblasted and give them a frosty look. Any of you guys watch the glass blowing TV show on Netflix called Blown Away? It's a reality TV show for glass blowers. Nobody? Okay. Well, if you did, you would have seen Trent. He was where's Trent? There he is. He was a contestant on that TV show. So Nick has the color cup. That's Nick with the shaved head, black shirt. Sarah is getting the glass that we're going to put inside. Can we put up stuffing a color cup again? So if you look up on the big screen, this is what we're going to do. So the yellow part, that's the glass that Sarah has. The blue part in that diagram, that's the part that Nick has. And we're going to fill the color cup with molten glass. So this will give us a solid piece of glass with a layer of pink on the outside, and we'll mold it into these shapes for Mr. Jannausch's sculptures. God, that's hard to say. I like so many things. I don't know. I have to go back there and look. The glass chair? Oh, cool. Do you know who made it? Oh. Was that Thurman? Thurman Statham? I think that might be his. He makes these glass chairs. Yeah. Ooh. Can you guys feel the heat? What kind of heat transfer is that you're feeling? Radiation. What kind of heat transfer is when the water takes the heat away from the pipe? Nope. Convection. When it's water or gas, it's convection. When it comes through the air with energy, that's radiation. So we're going to place our color cup on the floor. Sarah's going to come over with her glass and stuff it inside. You can see the glass moving up the side. So that's called stuffing a color cup. So it's a way to imitate a piece of solid colored glass. We don't have a tank full of colored glass, so we imitate it by making a little shell, filling it up with clear glass, and then when we shape it, it looks like it's solid colored glass, but it's not. So when the glass blower heats up the glass with the torch, the hot gases coming out of the torch, what kind of heat transfer is that? A gas or a liquid, it's convection. Conduction is solid. Convection is a gas or a liquid. And radiation is like the heat coming from the sun. See you guys. Thanks for coming in. You know, the things, the lights are all focused on the floor, so when I'm talking to you, I'm looking directly into the light. So for those who just came in, we're working with our guest artist, Todd Jannausch. He's a local Tacoma artist. He's a sculptor. He uses a multitude of different materials, but lately he's been making stuff out of glass and concrete. So we've been making some shapes for him, similar to the shapes that you see in these sculptures. And we're making glass ones, and he's going to go back to his studio and make concrete ones. And so they'll be stacked, a glass one, a concrete one, a glass one, a concrete one. So we're making all the glass ones now. So we just made a big solid ball of pink glass, and we're going to now make it into the large shape for his sculpture. So if you just came in, we'll just get you started, give you a quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's 2 of them, 1 on each side of the studio. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that, if you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So inside each of the furnaces is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of these steel pipes and we dip it in the molten glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time. And we just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately in the form of bars, and we coat our initial, oh wait, we don't have the video. We blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace, and we coat it with the layer of colored glass. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can, and then we go to the glory holes. Those are the round ovens with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. If you've ever seen anybody work at a forge, making horseshoes or swords, they take the metal, put it in the fire, soften it, work on it a little bit, put it back in the fire, soften it again. That's the same routine you're going to see here. So right now, Trent is heating up his glass in the glory hole, making it soft. Does anybody have any questions? Sure. artists from outside of the glass world, and so they have ideas or design, and we have a crack team of glass blowers that make their designs. So we have some of our guest artists are glass makers themselves. They'll take the lead of the team, and our team will assist them. We've had painters and ceramicists, poets and musicians. No, he's not. That doesn't phase him. Yeah. We like to get people from outside of the glass world to introduce some new ideas. Think differently, yeah. Fresh perspective. I mean, some of our guest artists are regular costumers. They make their own stuff. Well, he hasn't blown glass since the late 70s.
I know, I saw him here one time.
What?
I saw him here one time.
Uh-huh. But you saw that he also didn't blow any glass.
No, he didn't. No, he had the class. No,
So he had a team that were making stuff according to his design. He was a glass blower back in the 70s, but he got into a car accident, lost his eye, and that he gave up blowing himself. So he designed to work teams like this that make it. No. He brought us these examples of the type of shapes that he wants, and he's talking with the team, and so they're just doing it on the cuff like that.
It's really cool to see school groups come in here. It's cool to see school groups come in here and learn about the art process, but also related to science.
Yeah, we're trying.
Yeah, we're trying.
Not sure how much we're getting through to him, but we're trying. The colors in glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. Cobalt makes glass blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. So it's like making a chocolate cake. You get all the ingredients together and then you bake them. No. When we make the colored glass, we make it in bulk, and we buy our colored glass, and it comes to us in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, blue, pink, purple. We want to make a colored object. We blow a bowl of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with a layer of colored glass. We have a little video that can show you how we do that. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Does that help? guys have any questions? No, we made a dozen clear ones this morning, and now we're making pink ones. These are going to be pink. Yeah, yes. All glass, when it gets hot, it glows orange, and then as it cools, the orange glow disappears and you see the true color of the glass. If you think about your own home, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a little while, turn them off, they cool down, the orange disappears, and you see the gray again. So that's the same thing you're seeing here with the glass. Does that make sense? Do you guys have any questions? Do you have any questions? Zoom. The silver oven with curved side, that's called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. It operates at half the temperature of the furnaces, so everything that, if we want to use something later, we make the thing, we put it in the garage. The garage is hot enough so the glass won't break, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in there, it stays warm, holds its shape. We're ready to use it. We pull it out, heat it up a little extra. What? They're in that annealer, the big black oven. So everything we make has to be cooled slowly overnight. So as soon as we finish it, it goes into that oven. And then at the end of the day, when it's all full, we have a little computerized thermostat, and it'll slowly turn the temperature down to room temperature overnight. So now Nick is crossing the studio, He's got one of our pink shapes, and he's taking it over to the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. We didn't do that if we just put the things on the table and let them walked away and let them cool on their own. They would cool too quickly and unevenly, and they would break. So our guest artist has made some plaster molds, and we're going to use them to make some shape to the glass. And we'll make a little notch in them, and those things will stack like Legos. So one will have the negative space, and one will have the positive space.
was driving home at 5:30 yesterday thinking, there's nothing you could do to get me to do more work today.
There you go.
You know what I mean? It's,
Yeah,
it's just because it's dark. I don't know why. If it was in the summertime, I'd be like, oh, it's 5 o'clock.
Biological.
Man.
I'm the same way. It's like, it's dark out, I come home from work, I have dinner, you know. The idea of doing something afterwards seems like just too much.
It's an impossibility. It's an impossibility.
Yeah, you know, in summer, you know, have dinner, okay, what are we going to do?
Yeah, work another 3 hours, go to bed at 10, wake up at 5, feel fine. Wintertime, man, it levels me.
That is, although, talk about getting rid of it, daylight saving.
I wish they would roll back like 4 hours in the wintertime, so that when you got out of work, you have 4 hours of daylight. I don't mind working in the dark. I just want my free time to be in the daylight.
There you go.
So if we fell back a few more hours.
I've definitely had that same changing my whole attitude. So Sarah, is that lunch? So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. We're going to take an hour lunch. We'll be back in an hour. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch, I'd be happy to answer them. Well, thanks for coming in. We will be blowing more glass this afternoon if you just came in late. Guys have any questions before I go to lunch? Well, we call them furnaces. No, it doesn't make any difference. Either word works. We call it a glass. We call the glass furnaces. So the ones with the doors closed are the furnaces. The ones with the doors open are called glory holes. Glory holes. Gloryhole. Glory holes. And so those have no glass in them. They're just for heating and softening the glass while we're working. The furnaces have a big ceramic tank with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in them. Yes, they're all natural gas. The torches are propane. The furnaces are natural gas. Yeah, so we have this thermocouple which senses the heat, and it sets a signal to the gas valve, and it opens and closes the gas valve to either make it hotter or cooler. Yep, no problem. Great. Enjoy your lunch. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. We're working with our guest artist, Todd Jannausch. Todd is the man in the black sweatshirt and cap at the center of the workshop. Todd is a sculptor. He's not a glassmaker by trade. So he's made a proposal, and we've given him a residency here, and he's working with our resident team of glassblowers to make parts for his sculpture. So his sculpture is going to be somewhat similar to the ones that you see on the lit pedestals, except that these kind of organic shapes, we're making them some out of glass and some out of concrete. So it'll be concrete and glass, and the ones that we're making right now are just the glass ones. We'll make the concrete ones back at his studio. So just to get you started, I'm going to give you a very brief introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's 2 of them, 1 on each side of the studio. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So inside each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get glass out to make stuff. We take one of these steel pipes and we dip it into the molten glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, then we dip it in a second time or a third time, and we just keep building it up in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately, and we do what's called a color overlay. So we have a little video, and we'll show you how that's done, how we apply color to our glass. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Does anybody have any questions? Tool. Just a wooden paddle? Yep. When they're brand new, there's a lot of smoke and fire. But once they're charred, they burn very, very slowly. Oh. So we let it get a little too cold, so the connection was brittle, and the wax, we were supposed to knock off the little nub on the end. That ended up knocking off the whole thing. But it looks like Sarah saved it. So we're back in business. You guys have any questions? So the folks you see working the glass are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're employees of the museum. They're very skilled glass blowers. We have Trenton Kiocho on the far right with the black shirt, and next to him is Nick Davis, his shaved head, and Sarah Gilbert at the center bench. These guys are all excellent glass blowers, and when we invite a guest artist like Todd, he comes up with designs, and our team of glass blowers make his designs. Mr. Jannausch is not a glass blower, so he's relying on us to execute his designs. Can we put up some of his, Todd's slides up on the big screen? What does a hand torch do that the ovens don't do? The hand torch allows us to focus the heat in a particular place. When we put it in the big round oven, it kind of heats it up generally. If we need the heat here or here or here, we use a torch. Sarah shaping the glass with the wooden paddle. All our wooden tools are made out of some kind of fruit wood, apple, pear, cherry. The fruit woods are dense, so they burn slowly, and they don't have much resin, so they don't smoke. So over on the right, that's Nick. And he's started a bubble for the next sculptural component. He's blowing, blowing what we call a color cup. Can we put up the stuff in a color cup, the solid version? So when we want to make a solid piece of glass, and we want it to look as if it's colored, we do what's called stuffing a color cup. So we make two parts, one that looks like a small bowl, that's called the color cup, and then we fill it with clear molten glass. So Nick's making a color cup, and then Sarah's going to collect molten glass, and we'll stuff it inside. It's called stuffing a color cup. Does anybody have any questions? Do you guys have any questions? Why there's so many doors? Because each set of doors reveals a bigger hole. So we want to keep the heat in, and so once we get, the first set of doors is the smallest hole. When it gets too big to get through that first set of doors, we open those up, and there's another set of doors with a bigger hole, and so on and so forth. So it's just about, yeah, keeping it as closed as possible. Now Sarah's crimping the connection between the form and the metal rod. And she's gonna take it over to our annealing oven where she'll knock it off and it'll cool slowly overnight. The annealing ovens are the big black ovens on either side of the studio, and the two horizontal ones. So this sculptural part is just about done. We're going to take it off the metal rod. It's on now. And we're going to put it in the annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So in the center, Sarah's shaping up a piece for Mr. Jannausch's sculpture over on the far right. Nick is blowing another color cup. Color is an opaque pink. I know that because he told me. It doesn't look pink to me now, but when it cools off, it will be. Does anybody have any questions? Dipping into a bucket. You mean Nick over here? He has a tool called the block. Yeah, it's water. He's got two tools he's using to shape the glass. He's got one called the block, which is like this. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and you can shape the glass without leaving any marks. The other tool is a pad of just everyday ordinary newspaper. And he's got a little squirt bottle full of water. And we just keep that wet, and we can use it to shape the glass. Yes. Oh, that's basically our recycling bin. When we have excess clear glass, we put it in there, and eventually we'll bust it up, wash it, and it'll go back in the furnace. No. No, he's just dripping molten glass off the bubble into it. There's not a dip in there. It's just an empty beer keg with a side cut out. And when he gets the glass out of the furnace, if he thinks he's got too much, he'll drip the excess into that can, and we'll save that and eventually go back in the furnace. So in the center, Sarah Gilbert, is making one of these shapes for Mr. Jannausch's sculpture. The sculptures he's going to finally make for them are going to be similar in style to the ones that are on the pedestals, except they'll be sort of alternating between glass sections and concrete ones. He'll make the concrete ones later in his studio. Right now he's making the glass ones. Mr. Jannausch has made some high temperature plaster molds, and we're bending the little sort of sculptural discs around these plaster molds. Next, finish with his color cup. We'll put in this little oven. It'll keep it warm until we're ready to use it. So we want to make these elements for Mr. Jannausch's sculpture solid. They're going to look similar in shape to these here. And in order to imitate solid colored glass, we're going to do what's called stuffing a color cup. Can we put up the stuffing the color cup, the solid version? So we'll make what looks like a little bowl out of colored glass, and then we'll make a big ball of clear glass, and we'll fill up that bowl with the clear glass, and then we'll have a solid chunk of glass with a layer of color on the outside. It's called stuffing a color cup. And to make these shapes solid and the color, that's how we have to do it. So we made the color cups a little earlier this afternoon. They're sitting in this oven over here. It's what we call a pickup oven. Sarah's collecting the clear glass to go inside. All glass, when it's really hot, looks orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. The glass that she's working with is clear, and it's just so hot that it's glowing. Does anybody have any questions? Hi, how are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions? Hot glass sticks to hot steel, so before we dip the pipes into the molten steel, we heat the tip of the rod up, and the glass will stick to it. Yes, that's called the pipe warmer, and it's just heating up the tips of the steel pipes so that the glass will stick to it. So now Sarah, to the right of center, has dipped her pipe into the furnace. And she's coated her gather with hot molten glass. She's dripping off some excess into that steel can. Taking her pipe over to the pipe cooler. We lay the steel pipe in that trough. We spray water on it. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Sarah's picking up one of the color cups. It's an opaque pink. Can we put up stuffing a color cup again? So the part that Sarah's making, it's on my screen, is the blue part that's called the color cup. That's going to provide an outer layer of color. The big mass of clear molten glass will go inside. The two things will be joined. We'll have a layer, in this case, of pink on the outside. It'll be a solid piece of glass with a layer of pink on the outside. And we're going to sculpt it into forms like you see here. Does anybody have any questions? No. We're working for our guest artist, Todd, in the sweatshirt and the black hat. These are designs for his sculptures. We have a guest artist. Our team assists them. If the guest artist is not a glassmaker themselves, then they come up with designs, and our team of glass boys makes their designs. So here comes Nick with a punty. We're going to transfer our color cup from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The punty will act as a temporary handle while we dress the top of our color cup. Were you asking me a question? Sarah's opening up the end of the color cup. The tool in her hand is called the jacks. Sarah's bending the shape over some plaster molds. Sarah's going to heat her glass up a little more, and we're going to fill the color cup. Sarah put our sculptural element into our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So in the center, Sarah's got just solid, clear glass. I guess she gave over to Trent. Trent has solid, clear glass on the end of that pipe. We're going to use that to stuff our color cup. Can we put up stuffing a color cup again? So this is a stuffing a color cup is a way of layering colors. So Sarah, I guess Trent has the pipe with that says solid clear glass. That's what he has over there. The color cups are already made. They're sitting in this little oven over here. I'm going to pick one up and fill it with the clear glass. And we'll have a solid piece of glass with a layer of pink on the outside, and then we'll mold that into one of Mr. Jannausch's sculptural elements. So Sarah's coming over to our pickup oven, where we have our color cup, and she'll push her wad of clear glass down in the middle, and that'll fill up the color cup. It's called stuffing a color cup. And not in a good way. Nobody cares, nothing for me to do. Idle hands are the devil's playground.
Yo, Symphony's gonna use this one. Check, 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 check.